Chairman, call the vote for quorum.
Absolutely. Director Alvarez,
Here.
Director Houston,
Here.
Director Williams,
Here.
Director Gray,
Director Gray, are you there?
Here, I'm here. Here.
and President Deere.
Here, so we have a full quorum. Our board is here. And I'm going to ask Jeff Rosen, did I say it correctly?
Yes, you did.
Union High School to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Jeff. I think that's still 19 years before I retired. That's 20 years ago when I retired. I'll tell you. Okay. We will go to public comments.
Do you have any public comments? So it appears we have no public comments here in the room, but I'll turn my attention to the online platform to recognize any members of the public who would like to speak. Please identify yourselves by raising your hand. Currently, I see no hands raised, and so I will understand that we have no public comments at this time. President Deere.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
I would ask that could we consider adjourning today in honor of those who were killed in Monterey Park?
And the disaster in Monterey Park, certainly we will adjourn in their memory.
Thank you. And driving in, I just heard that it's now 11 who have died. So I like that. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Please remind me if I forget.
Okay.
Okay. The presentations next and then the closed session.
We do have presentations next, and if it would please the board to move the closed session up to follow the presentations, that would be supportive of our outside guest who's also going to join us in closed session.
With no objection from the board, we will do that. Okay.
Okay, fantastic. So with that, I also would like to share in the sympathies that were expressed by our board vice president and the tragic violence that marred this year's Lunar New Year celebrations as an event that the Asian American Pacific Islander community and many others of our communities come together and celebrate such a joyous occasion to start the Lunar New Year off to a great start. This year being the year of the rabbit, which was just marred by such senseless violence. And so I appreciate the sentiments that were expressed and are adjourning in the memory of those who were victimized by that occasion. So with that, let's turn to a more celebratory tone here with our presentations. And if I may, maybe I could turn it over to our Assistant General Manager, EJ Caldwell, and to our Rain Barrel Distribution Event Coordinator, Mr. Gus Meza. Gus, please.
Thank you, General Manager. Thank you, Greg. And good afternoon, President Deere and directors. Yes, today we are recognizing 2 high schools for their help with our free Rain Barrel events. From September through November last year, West Basin held 5 free Rain Barrel events in our communities and provided over 1,500 rain barrels to our residents, 300 per division. So the timing was perfect. We got them out right before the rains in December. So I'm sure they're all filled now. The events are only possible with the help from the local schools and the volunteers that are here today. They provided the location for the events. They helped us load the rain barrels, and they did a great job. They have great attitudes, and I hope they had some fun as well at the same time. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce and invite our first group up to say a few words. and then we could take a photo with them. So today we have staff and students from Redondo Union High School from our Division III. We have Assistant Principal Rosatini here today. There he is. We have the AP Environmental Science teacher, Ms. Moberg is here today. And students from their AP Environmental Science class who helped us with the event. So I'm going to go ahead and invite Ms. Moberg to come up over here with me to say a few words. And I think she's going to have some students also come up and say a few words. So welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
As was said, I am the AP Environmental Science teacher. And so one of the enduring themes that we talk about in class is sustainability. And the definition for sustainability for us is that you need to use a resource like water at a rate less than it can be recharged by nature, can be replenished by nature. It takes on special meaning when the resource you're talking about is water and you live in Southern California. That just means that it's pretty much everyone's responsibility to make sure that we're not overusing, squandering, wasting potable water as a resource, and helping to give away free rain barrels to members of the community just help to drive that message home that every person can take an action. Every person can do something to live more sustainably with the resources that we have, especially when we're talking about water. And it was brilliant timing that we did it before 9 atmospheric rivers filled up those rain barrels for us. So thank you so much for helping us to deliver authentic, relevant education to our future generations. And they would like to tell you about what the experience was like for them in a few words, if that's all right.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for providing us with the opportunity to give back to our community. Providing rain barrels for members of our community was very special, and we just want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to work together and, put 4 rain barrels in somebody's small little car. So it was really, really special, and we want to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to do that. So thank you.
Well, thank you guys. You guys did a great job that day. So we're very pleased that you helped out. And a lot of energy that morning.
Thank you.
So if we can move down to the screen. Is that right, Michael? Right in the front of the screen?
Let's do a.
Also-
We're gonna have.
Scarlett, that we met you in
Yeah, just a little bit.
What's the check? Are you gonna be getting right here?
There we
Check for
raise the screen.
$1,000?
Yes, there's got a logo behind you. And, yeah. Ready? Here we go. Yeah, we're just gonna wait one moment. We gotta wait. Sorry, guys. We'll try.
Oh, the second one.
Check, you guys spent it already?
Technology.
It's not working.
Move over here then.
Might as well just keep going.
Okay, we're just gonna take the photo.
Just
All right. You just move the check and slap it down.
I'm gonna get the screen to go. Oh.
I'm gonna take a couple on. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 3.
Oh, actually, Director Alvarez, can you step out a little bit? There you go. 1, 2, 3, and 6. Thank you. And
Thank you all, but in addition to the big check, how about a real check?
All right, thank you.
Thank you so
All
much.
right.
Thank you.
For
Thank
having
you.
us. You did a nice job. Thank you. Thank you.
thank you.
Next year, consider letting the boys play. It's too.
Hey, great. So our next and last presentation is for Lawndale High School from Division 5. On October 8th, we worked with Lawndale High School to distribute rain barrels. We worked with their marine science instructors, coordinators, and students. And at this time, I'm going to invite Mr. Stein up to say a few words from Lawndale High School. So his students, they come up.
For Lawndale High School, I'm part of the Marine Science Academy, and we focus on two things, the biology, as well as they spend 2 years, our students spend 2 years learning about freshwater, the freshwater industry, and the infrastructure that goes along with it, conservation, all that. And, you know, some of our students here have learned that being part of the community, we're all part of the solution. And we want to thank you for having this, giving us the opportunity to do that so that they could give back to their community and help continue to find solutions to our water, because Los Angeles, Las Vegas, Phoenix, all those cities live in a desert, and we're not supposed to be here with our the population.
First and foremost, I just want to thank everybody that's here. We're all here together, and it's a very good and first opportunity that I've ever gotten to. I just want to thank you guys, Lindas too, and Daryl, for like the rain barrels, and Gus. Thank you for helping us out with the rain barrels. It was a very good opportunity. We also want to thank you guys for this opportunity, because with the rain barrels, we got to like communicate and meet people from our community, and it was great fun. Thank you.
Daryl, and thank you again for providing the opportunity to put our education into work, because learning about something is different than actually like doing it. And we actually had that opportunity to help solve some problem with the rain barrels, and it was a nice time hanging out with our friends. It didn't seem too much hard work, but it was fun. Huh? No, it wasn't hard. But it was fun, and it was a good opportunity. So thank you all, thank you guys for being there and providing. Thank you.
I'm just talking.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Director Carol. Right, thank you.
You need your walker. I'd rather have the walker than over there. The carrying.
I don't know. Disneyland?
And then, if everyone just shift for a little bit.
I put this out of the way.
It's going downhill.
You, it's going downhill.
Yeah. Move over.
Lower.
Lower.
It's, yeah, there you go. 'Cause again,
One more.
Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Director,
Thank you.
we're just gonna take one more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're gonna keep it. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Directors, that completes my presentations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's an excellent project we have there.
And then item B, President Deere, I think we can maybe postpone for a day when Director Gray is here in the building.
Okay. So we have item 2 of the agenda, is closed session items.
Correct. If it's okay to move that up, we'll go ahead and recess into closed session at this time.
And we will recess into closed session. Council. And three possible cases.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, we discuss 3 items of potential litigation.
Thank you very much. We are now adjourned to closed session.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, Director Gray?
Hi.
Hi, the board is in closed session.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Wanted to call Director Williams. He can put you on speaker.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
How many apples any fun?
I'm eating an apple.
Hello?
Well, now we
Hello?
Gloria?
I'm
Oh,
here.
Everybody's here.
Thank you.
So I will reconvene the meeting and ask the attorney to cite the items discussed in the closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board met this code section 54956.9. Three items of potential litigation. On each item, a report was given to the board and instruction was given to staff. No formal action was taken on any of the items. That concludes my closed session report.
Now back on our agenda. Item 6. There are any items related to agendize?
No, President Deere.
Item 7, the consent calendar.
I will move the consent calendar. But I do have some comments, in terms of how I'm gonna go.
All right, there's a motion to approve item 7 in its entirety. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second. by
Wait.
Director Houston. Go ahead, Director Alvarez, and comment.
My comments is, I am going to be voting no on 7A, 7B, and 7C.
A and 7C.
Yes,
B and C?
Did you say 7A, B, and C?
yes.
Anyone else have comments? Okay,
Yes.
and second. All right, let's call a roll on item 7D through or F. F. D through F.
So we're voting on items D through F.
Yeah. So we get you
Why
to.
why don't you just vote on items?
So we
A
can, so
through
we can,
F?
I'm trying to get this thing moving along, okay?
Okay.
Please call the roll on those 3 items. that I
Sure.
just named.
Director Alvarez,
D through F, yes.
Director Houston,
Yes.
Director Williams,
Yes.
Director Gray,
Yes.
then Deere.
Yes, and those items are passed. Now we'll call the roll on items A through C.
A through C. Director Alvarez, no. Director Houston.
Yes.
Director Williams,
Yes.
Director Gray,
Yes.
Director Deere, President Deere.
Yes, and those 3 items are also approved. Going on to item 8 of our agenda, action calendar, the board of organization. Recommendation is that we elect the same officers and appointed officers as we have already. And I think at the same time, if you allow me, members of the board, I'll make the following recommendation that we elect Scott Houston as president, Director Desi Alvarez as vice president, Director Harold Williams as treasurer, Director Gloria Gray as secretary, and myself as immediate past president. And that we approve the same 2 appointed officers of deputy treasurer and deputy secretary that we currently have. Any discussion?
You made the motion, right?
I just made the motion. Is there a second?
A second.
I think I heard Director Alvarez.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
Just real quick, can we, what are the names real quick on the deputy treasurer and the deputy secretary? Can we fill those in?
Treasurer.
So our deputy treasurer is our executive manager of finance, and our deputy secretary is our board secretary.
Can you tell us the names?
So that would be Margaret Moja and Julie Fraser Matthews.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Just a comment that we've been, for several years now, been rotating these offices, and it probably is best because everyone aspires to hold this center chair here. It's so powerful. But at any rate, it's pretty smooth. It's worked out well. If there's any competition. hurt feelings and so forth. And every board member is capable of running the meeting. They're going to have that out in the past. Anything else?
I would just offer that, as the general manager, I'll work with you, President. Did we take a vote yet?
President-elect?
Yeah, okay. I'll hold my comments.
Okay, let's call.
Good idea.
Please call the roll.
Director Alvarez,
Yes.
Director Houston,
Yes.
Director Williams,
Yes.
Director Gray,
Yes,
President Deere.
Yes, and that slate of officers is elected. Director Williams, I understand that you need to resign your seat as a Met representative.
Yes, so that's this item B, 8B.
Oh, yes, it is. All the water's representative. And are you making a recommendation for that?
Mr. President and members of the board, I am stepping down from the Met board position that I have served on for the past 4 years. And I want to thank you all for giving me that opportunity. And to let you know that I am stepping down, and I'm recommending or that Director Alvarez be put in that position to be the Met Director.
Are you moving that as a motion?
That's my motion.
I'll second that motion. Other discussion? All right, please call.
I will say thank you very much. I
Evan,
honored to be nominated by you, Director Williams.
All right, please call the roll on the motion.
Director Alvarez.
Yes.
Director Houston.
Yes.
Actually, now President. Director Deere.
Yes.
Should I be running it by now or not?
Yeah, after this item.
After this thing.
Director Williams
Yes.
and Director Gray.
yes.
I have a 35-minute commentary to make this time as the outgoing president. I'll spare you all and turn the gavel over with great pleasure to my colleague. Ferguson. You're welcome.
Our immediate pass.
That motion passed. We just voted on.
You, and I know we still have a lot of our meeting to go, so I will try and make sure we expedite. Really quick, let me just say, first of all, congratulations to Director Alvarez, who will be our new Met Director. So congratulations, sir. And then I also want to thank Director Deere for his service as the president this past year. Greatly appreciate it. And I'm just going to make a couple of really fast comments because I am very excited to have the opportunity to lead this year for my colleagues. And so just a couple thoughts that I'm going to work with staff to articulate and make happen this year. But I think our theme this year, in my opinion, for me, will be resiliency. The theme of resiliency for 2023 at West Basin. And when I think about that, it encompasses multiple things. And number one is people. So we talk about people, our own staff, our vendors, our consultants, and of course, the people we represent, our projects. And so again, we have a lot of different projects that are in different states of affairs right now. So that's part of our resilience that I think we should keep in mind as we plan this year. And then also outreach. And of course, you all know that's a huge item that's important to me is outreach, whether that's the public outreach, the educational outreach, we have our elected officials outreach, and our colleagues at other cities and agencies. And so, of course, since we have a lot of new folks who have taken office regionally, that's going to be one of the things we'll be focusing on this year when it comes to our elected officials briefings and tours and maybe some sort of a town hall or something like that. So I'm definitely going to work with the general manager to kind of work on a plan and a vision that I think that we should undertake this year. A couple other things, workforce development. We started talking about that a little bit the other day at our DEIA workshop. That should be one of the things we're looking at. It builds into resiliency. Regional collaboration with our retailers, our water agencies, our cities, the county, all of our partners. So all of these things that I'm saying really do flow together. and how we're going to continue to just be even have better relationships and engagement with all of our stakeholders. So those are the things I really want to focus on this year. I want to work with all of my colleagues in your different roles and your steads and your divisions on how we can be a very good and functioning board of directors. Definitely as we try to make sure we plan the course of the agency and work cooperatively together. So I want to also pledge to our staff that we'll try and, in my opinion, expedite getting committee assignments in place. I honestly don't anticipate changing much of anything depending on what you all want. So I think if Greg, you can work with all the directors to put in their request as to what they want to be on the committees, the chair, the member, the alternate, et cetera, like we've always done. But if you all can get that to me within about a week, because we usually wait till I think in February to assign. If we can do it faster, I'd love to get those done so we can make sure that the chairs are in place and that you all can figure out any scheduling adjustments for the committees so we can get things moving faster than what we've had in the past. I just want to make sure we can do that. And then, and last but not least, I guess, in this, because we are rotating officers, I assume that our public information team, they usually have a press release that has been crafted that will talk about each of the 5 directors, where we represent, who the new role, the new positions are, et cetera. So do we have that in the works, Greg?
It is in the works.
Do you anticipate when it was going to go out?
I would have to defer to our communications manager, Amy Rocha, if you mind.
Drafted, we anticipated, but we wanted to make sure that the rotation was indeed, in fact, as it was, I'd like to recommend, just based on the announcement of Director Alvarez's new role, to add that as well to the release. We'd like to make additions to the draft as well. And so pending reviews and approvals of our quotes, as is our process, we will distribute it as soon as it's approved.
Okay, so hopefully we'll have it ready, I think, in a day or two?
Yeah, and again, it's up to the GM and to the board to expect that.
Would the president be okay if I review and approve it for release?
You'll send it to me to look over.
You would like to see it, okay.
And then I might even want to share it with my colleagues if I think there needs anything, but just make sure all 5 directors are in it. In the past, we've had directors left out of that press release, so I'm gonna make sure all 5 directors are in that press release as appropriate.
That's how it was last year.
I know. Years before, something happened. I don't think it was under your watch. Okay. With that.
We certainly have a much more smooth transition than the federal government.
Oh, there you go. I'm trying. All right, well, let's keep on going. So we are on item 8C as in cat. So Greg.
So this is our resolution reauthorizing our Brown Act provisions for virtual meetings. I'll hand it over to Steve, who normally handles this particular item.
Sure. This is the AB 361 resolution, which I think you've seen in the past. Well, I know you've seen in the past. And at this stage, the LA County Department of Public Health still has social distancing measures as recommendations for businesses. And we still have the governor's executive order still in place. However, as noted earlier, the governor has declared that executive order will expire on February 28, 2023. Thereafter, the preconditions for AB 361's meetings will not be available. But at this point, those conditions do exist. And so that's why this resolution is before you.
Okay.
I'll move the resolution.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, with that, I guess we will go ahead and take roll. Great.
Director Alvarez.
No.
Director Deere.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
Director Gray.
Yes.
And the President Houston.
No. The motion carries 3-2. Okay. Let's see. Next item is 8D as in dog. Greg.
Yes, so this is the award of our construction contract for structural rehabilitation of two of our filters at Etsy Little. And coincidentally, this particular item relates in a certain manner with one of the consent items, which is item number 7D. So we may need to reconcile that approval with this recommendation. But setting that aside, I'd like to hand it over to Orlando Rodriguez, our senior engineer, who will give the presentation and the staff recommendation, along with our executive manager of engineering operations, Barkev Mazurlian. So please, Barkev, Orlando.
But what page are we on, gentlemen?
Page 83, the agenda packet. You'll find the copy of the staff report, and on page 86, you'll find also a copy of the technical memorandum that accompanied that report as well.
Thank you.
While performing a sidewalk as part of the Title 22 filters R&R project, staff, along with our consultants, noticed visible cracking and water leakage on the exterior side of the north walls of filters 7 and 8. This raised concern, and thus a structural analysis was performed to understand the root cause of these issues and also what we can do to mitigate them moving forward. The findings from the structural analysis indicated that under a seismic load scenario, the north walls will become significantly overstressed and potentially can result in a structural failure. Late last year, staff expedited the completion of a construction bid package to implement the structural improvements, which include steel lateral bracing of the two walls, along with added concrete beam depth that will help with the load carrying capacity of the walls. In December of 2022, a formal solicitation process was initiated through West Basin's online e-procurement system. A pre-bid meeting was held on January 6th, which was attended by 3 contractors. And that was followed by an on-site job walk the same day at the Edward C. Little facility. On Tuesday, January 17th, last week, a bid opening was held here at the DOD building, and one bid was received from MLC Constructors in the amount of $168,415. That is shown on Table A of the staff report. MLC Constructors are located in Corona, California, and they have not done previous work for West Basin, but do have good standing references from other cities and agencies in similar projects. So at this point, I would like to read the recommendation that the board authorize the general manager to enter into an agreement with MLC Constructors Incorporated for construction services on the filter 7 and 8 structural improvements project in the amount of $168,415 plus a 10% contingency for a total not to exceed contract amount of $185,256.50. So thank you. At this point, I'll be happy to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you very much. And by the way, was this heard in committee or it went through committee, but with no recommendation? What happened in
So
committee?
we went to committee. It was an info item because it was prior to our bid opening. So our goal was to then bring it to the board as an action item. So it was heard at committee.
And this recommendation of award is pending protest, right? So if there isn't any protest during the normal protest period, then if the board decides to award, that decision would stand. If there is a protest received, then we'll have to, process that protest and however that plays out.
Thank you. All right, let me go ahead and open up to my colleagues. Any questions or comments? Go ahead. Sorry, Director Williams.
Thank you very much. I just like to know why we had one bid. I mean, what was the my folks didn't like our project.
So the pre-bid meeting was attended by 3 contractors. I did reach out to the 2 other ones, only received feedback from one. It was just a matter of timing. They were bidding on other projects and just kind of a scheduling issue, really. But they're eager out actually to bid on other West Basin projects, just this one in particular. It was just a timing issue, so they didn't submit a bid.
Do you feel this bid is a good price?
We're gonna ask it.
Are you asking?
Yeah, you,
Well, I think that given the estimate that was provided by our consultants, I believe in 2000, was it? Or 2020?
Well, we did receive a revised construction estimate at the completion of the construction bid package for this particular project, October of last year. So that was at the range of $150,000. So we feel that it was pretty close to what we received in the bid.
I mean, it's a fair price.
I think we're within reason to go forward on that bid. 150,000 compared to 168, very minor difference between the two.
Okay, thank you.
And may I add that we're trying to expedite the risk mitigation of these filters so that we could put them back online as quickly as we can. And that kind of maybe is the nexus with the prior item that we approved on consent calendar. I can get into that right now, but I want to allow for the board to ask all of its questions.
Go ahead, Director Alvarez.
I have kind of a background question. I thought that we had talked previously about bringing to the board plans and specifications before they go out to bid.
We did.
And we did that. So what happened here?
So we did receive that directive from the E&O committee. And I'd informed the board that I will take that direction and incorporate it into our procurement process. But I also reserve the right to, provide a waiver of that policy from time to time. And so in this case, given the safety elements of this particular project, I felt it was warranted to move expeditiously to get the bid out, to get bids back and in front of the board so that we can award and move forward with those seismic rehabilitation of those basins. So I think that warranted a waiver of coming to the board first to ask for permission to advertise.
Okay. Other questions or comments? Director Gray? I'll be very honest with you all, and I know, isn't this the one that's been going back and forth for a while?
Yeah, I actually have another.
Oh, please go ahead.
That was
Please go.
just kind of a generic comment in terms of policy and procedures and so on. And I do think that maybe the board ought to revisit that, and for plans and specifications and so on, when things go out to bid, that they come before the board for review and consent and approval. With respect to this item was discussed at the committee, and at the committee, the recommendation that came forward was the recommendation that the general manager alluded to that was approved as part of the consent calendar. And at that time, the basis for recommending that the project be moved forward to a cost of $100,000 was the amount of money that was estimated in the report that had been prepared by the consultant. I don't recall at that meeting being told that we had a revised estimate of $150,000 for construction. Because I believe that when we talked about it, it was okay. The recommendation or the cost estimate in the Corolla report was $100,000. And so we made the recommendation that we move forward with this to the tune of $100,000. So that's just my recollection and a comment on that. The wall was found deficient only under seismic loading conditions. And I believe that we were told that the probability of occurrence of that was 2%. So once every 50 years. And my question is, if the wall were to fail, in what mode would it fail?
I recall it saying flexure, so that mode, it would significantly overstress the wall in the seismic load condition, the flexure.
Means that the wall would break and the water would leak out.
The TM model does not specify to that degree, as in, it just like refers to it as a structural failure. I guess that could be a potential, that the wall would break or fail. Other would be increased cracking or whatnot. It would deem the wall unsafe. Further, I guess you could say, because right now it is already leaking and cracking. So it just accelerate that.
So the nature of the failure is that it would fail, the cracks would widen, but you don't know at this point where it's going to be a catastrophic failure, that the wall would all of a sudden completely collapse and all of that water would rush out.
Add to that, good afternoon, directors. We had a follow-up conversation with the authors of the structural analysis a couple months ago, 2 months ago, and we talked about that. I think the bottom line is it says it could be that. It could be that it'd be a collapse of the wall and the water could come out and flood the gallery that's underneath the system. So it is certainly a possibility that could happen. And the failure was in two modes, two scenarios. One was seismic and the other one was an overflow scenario as well. It's also described at the end of the report. So there's two elements. One is a safety component, as we discussed, and you can talk about the 2%. The other element is if there was some sort of flooding, there are equipment at the bottom, there are actuators, equipment that control the valves of all the filter basins. And there could be an element that it would affect production significantly if water were to gush out from one of the filter basins into the gallery.
The gallery that, should this wall fail in a catastrophic fashion, am I looking correctly at the picture on page 108 of our packet?
That is our wall filter.
So that's the wall in question, and approximately 15 feet tall. Yeah, about that. And if it failed catastrophically, what would be flooded would be this area where there's additional piping. Basically manifold piping connecting the galleries.
Like Marquez, there's actuators, I think there's blowers also down there. There's a bunch of equipment. It opens up in the center of all the filters.
Yeah. You can kind of see the manifold area. Most of it down there is mostly piping.
Yeah, the one on the 108 there doesn't do it justice. It really, gallery is all underground. Right south of these walls, underneath these walls, are two blower system units which are essential to clean up the filter systems. And for not just for the filter, but for all the filters, for everything, for all the water that goes out into the system. So, and those two units are just underneath these two walls. So that's risk. And then also, depending on how much water there is and the significance of the break or potential failure, if it's all the water that's coming out, it could sip into a greater area of the gallery versus if it's just a little crack on top and coming in, some water coming in, it might have minimal impact.
So it is a pipe gallery that'll be flooded. Looking at the walls, that picture on page 108, and the cracking, and you can kind of see the wet. It's been like that for probably 25 years. As long as you've been here.
I haven't been here for 25 years, but it's, the cracking has grown over the last few years that we've, commissioned this study. In fact, why don't you talk about Friday?
Yeah,
Friday went out there.
we went out there on the job walk itself and, I mean, from the moment I seen the pictures to when just this on January 6th, the crackings, at least the more current ones actually have grown larger and actually have gone through the entirety of the wall on top. So they are getting, at least we can see more prominent, and larger. So it's,
But isn't the gallery empty now?
The underneath gallery is supposed to not have any water.
you're saying, you're asking the basin?
The basin, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, the basin is.
The basin is empty.
The basin is empty. So there's no loading on that wall now.
Just the media, right?
For the past 2 months, it's been empty, yeah.
Right, so there's no load. So this picture was taken actually a long time ago.
Yeah,
And there was loading and there was water coming through because there was water behind it. If you took the picture today, I was out there, I think we went out there in September, October.
I think it was November.
Or November, and the wall was dry. You can see the cracks. But the wall was dry. It wasn't like it is here, in concrete cracks. So one of the items that I think is discussed in this structural analysis is maybe sealing the cracks. Is that part of the improvement project, or is it just the bracing?
No, it's the bracing, the added concrete beam depth to the two beams on the top side of the walls, and then concrete resurfacing, so we'll be sealing the cracks as well.
So the sealing of the cracks is something that is included.
Yes.
Well, had we seen the plans and specifications, we might know these things and wouldn't have to ask so many questions. We didn't. So we're looking at moving forward with this now on the idea that it may be a catastrophic failure, it may not be. If it's a catastrophic failure, it's going to damage other things in the plant. But if it's a catastrophic failure, the probability of this happening is once every 50 years, which means there would be a pretty big earthquake. And we probably have more or other things in the plant that are going to be upset by the earthquake. That would probably cause as much damage, if not more damage than this.
Albert, that may very well be true. The fact that we did a structural analysis and we looked at it and came up with results, and that there's a report that's out there, we have to do something about it. We talked to our insurance coverage folks, the Aqua JPI as well, to get their thoughts on this as well. And this is one that we know about. This is one that we know what the solutions for it is, and it is our duty to do something about it if for several reasons. One, safety factor. Two, potential loss in production. And in terms of the magnitude of the earthquake, the report does not specify whether it's a major or minor. It just says the seismic event.
I asked for that information. You said it, and I believe that given the nature of the analysis, that's what it is. And it is about a 2% return event. So once every 50 years, it would be a very large earthquake to create that kind of damage. So we're talking about a lot of other things are going to go wrong if we have that kind of an event. Not to say we won't. At some point, we're going to have a very big earthquake that will impact Southern California. A lot of utilities and public services are going to be shut down because of the damage done by the earthquake. So I think that it's a little bit of overreaction on our part. When we talked about this at the committee, I was not made aware that we had a revised cost estimate of 150,000, and we stayed at the 100,000 recommendation. I don't think that this is any imminent danger of failing. And the likelihood of it being a catastrophic failure in an earthquake. First of all, the earthquake itself is a very rare event. And that it would be a catastrophic failure in a rare event would be, not likely. Possible, but not likely. So I will not be supporting awarding this contract. I don't think that we need to award it. I do think that we need to probably seal the cracks. And that is a component of this, and maybe we can revisit it. But that's just how I feel about this. That's all the comments I have.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, comments? Director Williams?
Yes, to Director Alvarez. You feel so strongly about your recommendation. Are you making a motion that we not do this work?
My motion would be not to do this work.
That's just
And,
seismic retrofit or the whole thing?
If you're asking for a motion, my motion would be that the motion would be that we not award this contract and have staff bring back a plan to repair seal the cracks.
That's your motion.
That would be my.
I would second that motion.
A motion and a second, and any further discussion? And
Just one procedural item. We do have, you've already approved on the consent calendar. We have some conflicts here. On your consent calendar on 7D, I believe, you approved a recommendation to repair up to $100,000. And that's been approved when the consent calendar was approved. So I don't know how the board wants to treat that. If the board wants to rescind that approval, I suggest perhaps to the maker of the motion that they amend that motion, because we do have an action that's already been taken relative to this item.
I'm gonna vote against the motion, so maybe it won't pass, then we have.
But a way to clarify that, if you just wanted to deal with this item 8D, if the motion was to rescind approval of 7D and do what you want to do with 8D, that would clean up this discrepancy.
well, so we could do that in one motion, right?
Yes.
What you basically have said. So Dr. Alvarez was the maker of the motion, so he would be the one that would look at that, right, Steve?
Yeah, if you would accept a friendly amendment suggestion from another board member, that would work.
No such thing. Friendly amendment.
Would you be willing to, if I amend the motion to basically rescind the second portion of 7D, was it? Retrofitted to not to exceed $100,000, and to then not award the contract as recommended in 8D, but to move forward with bringing back a repair plan to seal the joint.
And to clarify, the first part of 7D is to return the basin to service.
Yes.
Yes.
Clear.
That's Desiree. Here's my understanding, trying to be umpire here. There's a motion that's been made to rescind 7D as it pertains to the expenditure of $100,000 and to direct staff to take some remedial action on Basin D.
The plans for the sealing of the cracks in the wall.
And who seconded?
Director Williams.
Yes.
Sounds like you both are in alignment with what.
May I offer a point of clarification? Okay, 7D only addresses filter number 8. Okay. The matter that's in front of us right now addresses filter number 7 and 8. Okay, so if you just go with the latter, you're only repairing basin 8 and 7 would not be addressed.
No, we rescind the second part of 7D, and on 8, we repair the cracks on both 7 and 8.
Ms. Wendell.
Are we all clear then what we're asking?
Yes.
To be.
Yep.
Okay, and you know what, I'm gonna vote in favor of this new motion. And a big part of this too is, you know, I have to listen to everyone's expertise and opinions here. And so, you know, I'm not an expert in the field, but I do trust that both Directors Alvarez and Williams are putting us on the right path on this one. So I'm gonna defer to them and their expertise. So anything else? Okay, with that, let's go ahead and call the roll.
All right, Director Alvarez.
Yes.
Director Deere.
No.
Director Williams.
Yes.
I believe Director Gray is not online. So that'll bring us to President Houston.
Yes.
All right.
So it passes 3-1, correct? Got it. Okay. Okay, next, item 8E is an Edward.
So item 8E is an Edward, is our water harvest 2022, our event production budget.
What page?
And this is on packet page 166. And we have Melissa Buendia, our public information specialist, here to provide the report and to provide also the recommendation. And we also have our communications manager, Amy Rocha, here as well. So Amy, Melissa, please.
General Manager, and good afternoon, members of the board. So yes, I will begin on packet page 166. And the purpose of this item is to provide an overview of the outstanding expenses for the event production company contract with Bravo Productions and the recommendation to authorize an amendment to their contract following the details I will provide now. So in order to implement the event, the Board of Directors authorized the General Manager to enter into agreement W3038 on July 25th, 2022 with Bravo Productions to provide event production services for a contract amount of $78,144.90 with a 15% contingency for a total not to exceed amount of $89,866.64. And in an effort to enhance educational value and overall experience for the event participants, there were additional expenses that were accrued that did put the total above the contracted not to exceed amount. So at the time of the submission of this memo, the outstanding amount due to Bravo Productions was $29,088.65, which did include the 15% contingency amount and the amendment amount. But since then, after working with the finance team and the Office of the General Manager, the approved 15% contingency amount of $11,000, $11,721.74 was released since that amount had been approved back in July with the original contracted amount. So currently, the outstanding amount due to Bravo Productions is $17,300.91. So table 1 on packet page 167 does provide an overview of the main areas that did result in the additional costs beyond the contingency amount. And additionally, attachment A, which is on packet page 169, provides an itemized list of those additions. Essentially, additional costs accrued due to decisions that were made to enhance the vendor exhibitor area, and some specifics included the large canopy coverage that did provide shade for all of our partner agencies and community groups that attended, the hedge wall used to elevate the look of the special edition 75th anniversary booth. So those are just some of the examples. And again, you can take a look at attachment A for the itemized list. The next category listed in table 1 is audio-visual items, including the television screens on either side of the stage and at the 75th anniversary booth, additional microphones for our stage show hosts from our Wildwoods and El Segundo Library folks. And then for the 75th anniversary breakfast setup, that included all of the rental furniture, so table rounds, linens, etc. And then there's the last category listed in table 1 is other vendor exhibitor areas, included some umbrella coverage for the security guards that we had stationed at the external parking lots and structures, as well as the umbrellas used for the shuttle pickup drop-off area. Those are, again, just some of the examples I'm pulling from the itemized list in attachment A. So these are the types of additions that did lead to that $17,000 of services that is currently owed to the Bravo Productions team. And I know that I provided a lot of information and numbers. So table 2 on packet page 167 does provide an overview of the contract amounts and categories mentioned and their payment status. So row A is the original contracted amount for Bravo Productions, which was again that $78,000 approved in July of 2022, which has been paid in full at this point in time. And then row B is the 15% contingency amount designated to address unforeseen $11,721. And since the submission of this memo, it has been paid in full. And then C is the outstanding balance as detailed again in attachment A and summarized in table 1 for the amount of $17,366.91, which is what is up for board approval today. So total at the bottom is that outstanding balance due, which at this point in time is not applicable since we did address the contingency portion of that. So with all of that said, I will now read the recommendation. The recommendation is that the board authorize the general manager to amend agreement W3038 with Bravo Productions in the amount of $17,366.91 for a new not to exceed total amount of $107,233.55. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Let me add on to this just before. In the memo, I do want to point out there's a paragraph that talked about the due diligence that the staff did in hindsight of this issue. We recognize that we exceeded a contractual amount, and that's something that we've never done in the past 8 years at least, and it's something we don't anticipate repeating. But again, because of the dynamic nature, how quickly we planned this event, and because some amendments were made to the budget, but yet not amended to the budget officially, we did anticipate we had the budget to cover overall, but in terms of contractual procurement procedures, we recognized the misstep. And so we did debrief with Office of the General Manager, the procurement team, and we have some protocols in place for future, future managing of our vendors and budgets and making sure they're fully aware the vendors are fully aware of their responsibilities. Me as a manager of a department is having extra care and oversight of my staff and working with the Office of the General Manager. So I did just want to acknowledge this upfront, that this is something that we don't anticipate coming to the board again for a budget for an exceedance. So it up to the board.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I think Director Alvarez, did you have a hand up or not yet?
I did, but I will if you want.
Okay, well, it's open for discussion now, so go ahead.
Thank you, Amy, for that explanation that this is the first time something like this has happened and will not happen again. I was trying to just follow both the staff report and the presentation. So basically, we approved a contract for $78,000. Okay, and at the time of approval, there was a 15% contingency approved. But the event took place, and Bravo ended up spending $107,000. And it just happened. And like you said, it will never happen again, and that would not be typical. So really, what we're being asked to do is, approve after the fact, a, contract exceedance that went from 78,000 to $107,000. Of which $17,000 is not funded. Okay, because the 15% was funded. But I do have one question. Table 1 only accounts for the $17,000. It doesn't account for the $29,000 overrun. Where would I find how, what the rest of that money was spent for?
$1,000. I'm referring to attachment A provides the list of itemized.
Yeah, for the 17,000, but what's the 11,000?
Oh, for the amount that was covered by the contingency.
Yeah.
That's something is not included in this, but I can provide that to you. We do have that.
Because the total that you went over was the 11 plus 17. So it would have been nice to say, here's everything that we went over on and the total. That's all I'm asking for.
And I believe we did provide all of that in the F&A, right? When we first presented.
I think we provided for the main categories, which.
I think it was very similar to this staff.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was to the effect of these categories of the exhibitor areas, the audiovisual. We do have itemized lists of what was spent on the contingency as well as the overage of the contingency.
But I very much appreciate your comments, Amy, that we're unsolicited and that this type of thing is not good.
Thank you, Director Alvarez. Other questions or comments?
Thank you.
Director Gray is no longer with us, correct? Okay, let me just, I think I only have one question, and that is, General Manager, were you aware of these cost overruns as it was happening?
Unfortunately, I have to say that I was not aware of them as they were occurring, which is, I guess, the due diligence that happened, post-event and all the discussions that I had with staff and with our Assistant General Manager to make sure that our project management practices, our contract administration practices are more robust and that we would ensure that a repeat of this would not happen.
I mean, we didn't get to hear about this in the in the high committee because it got canceled, and sometimes these discussions are maybe a little better in committee than in the full-on board meeting, but it is what it is. But I'll just say, I'm, number one, really disappointed. There is no doubt about it. Number two, you're asking us all on the back end, we have no choice but to pay the bill and authorize an extra, $17,000 of our ratepayer money for this event. So it is what it is. And then I hear and understand the general manager is not aware of the situation either. So we obviously have a lot of things that need to be fixed. That's on staff to figure that out. So obviously, when we get to the point of planning the next Water Harvest Festival, I think we're going to be really, really strict and cautious about what we're estimating and what we're approving and what we're authorizing. I just, but you all have to understand how bad this looks and that the board has to approve this money and we really have no choice. So it is what it is, and it does not look good on us as a public agency for having to do this. So that's all I've got to say at this moment, and I expect our general manager will handle this appropriately and going forward. So moving on from that, any other questions or comments? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to the recommendation.
I agree with your comments, and I'll second his motion.
Okay. Moved by Williams, seconded by Peter. Any other discussion? None. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Sure thing. Director Alvarez.
I'm going to vote yes on this, and I would like to thank Amy for her comments, because otherwise I would have voted no.
Director Deere.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
I believe we do not have Director Gray online. Okay. So President Houston.
Yes. So passes 4-0. So next item, which I think is still part of this, correct?
It is, and this is the actual line item budget for the water harvest event. And so we have Melissa, I believe, is going to provide the overview on this and the staff recommendation as well. So please, Melissa.
Hello again.
What page?
At 171 of the packet.
Thank you.
So this report provides an overview of the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget actuals for the 2022 water harvest event, additional costs that were accrued, and the associated recommendation for balancing the budget. So the total budgeted amount for the 2022 Water Harvest Festival was $167,500. And the total spend for the event is at $218,615, which equates to 51,000, just about 51,000 above the original budgeted amount. So there are a number of reasons for the additional associated costs, and table 1 on packet page 172 provides that overview of the major categories and key costs that did contribute to the additional costs. So enhancements to the value of the event. The two examples on here are the Wyland Foundation Mobile Learning Unit for that $3,000, and then the additional cost via the Bravo Productions contract, which we just discussed in the previous item. And then the second category here is the actual costs of items being higher than what was projected in the budget planning cycle. So some of the items or examples are the bus transportation. We budgeted $5,000 for that category. The actual spend was $7,245 to secure our bus transportation from the parking structure to our event location. Advertising costs, we budgeted $14,500. The actual spend was closer to $20,000, $20,575 to be exact. And then printing costs. So we budgeted $15,000 for that. The actual spend for printing, that includes our marketing materials as well as signage that is displayed at the event, ended up being around $25,000. And then the last category here are some line item omissions that were inadvertently left out of or removed from the budget planning documents during that planning process. So storage unit costs were about $1,000. We secured an additional storage unit next door in order to house all of our items in preparation for the event. Parking structure costs, which are typically in the budget for Water Harvest, was omitted, and that parking structure cost this year was $8,500. And then again, the 75th anniversary breakfast and elements costs were around $7,500. And then additionally, during the June 2022 Public Information and Education Committee, the board did allow a budget of $8,200 in response to the information item presented about the district's 75th anniversary special event options. And now staff is requesting in this item that the budget be amended to reflect these additional funds associated with the anniversary and festival. So lastly, to offset that remaining $42,915 budget variance and additional festival costs, staff will reallocate existing departmental funds from the following categories. So we have education program supplies at around $16,000. Since we did receive MAA funding to cover these education supplies, we also will be reallocating under the outreach photography services budget for $16,915, and then the outreach printing budget for $10,000. So again, staff did work closely with the finance department to reclassify funds appropriately within the existing public information and education department budget so that it is balanced. So with this information in mind, the recommendation, I'll read out the recommendation before opening it up to questions. And the recommendation is that the board authorize the general manager to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget in the amount of $8,200.
Thank you, Melissa. That's perfectly what we decided. I just want to summarize briefly. So in this particular budget amendment action item, we are just asking to, amend the budget as you agreed to in June to cover the 75th anniversary. Secondly, the total amount Melissa mentions does include the Bravo contract, which you just amended, so thank you for that. And then thirdly, I think there were a lot of lessons this year that I think will lend itself to future planning for next year, certainly, including projections that were lower, inflation, increased costs that we did not anticipate. And so, it's really a matter for future years of deciding the scale of which we want to have an event and, keeping to the budget as we typically do. So and there's a lot of moving parts for this fiscal year's event since it was the first back in person. And I think we're excited to bring back a truly educational event. It err on the side of reallocating within the public information department budget as opposed to, it will forego some of the printing that we don't see needing for the rest of the fiscal year and various other measures to offset our budget balanced.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from my colleagues? Anybody? Go ahead, Director.
I have questions. One of the items that push this over the top, if you will, is the parking structure cost, and that was omitted from the budget. Nothing there. Why are we paying for parking?
Yes, so for our event, all parking for our guests, since we do typically welcome about 1,000 to, I think we had 1,200 people attend this year's event. There is not enough parking for all of those people on the event site or next to the event site. So we typically rent spots at a parking structure nearby. So that was that $8,500 cost for the parking structure rental. And that is typically part and accounted for as a line item in our budget for water harvest, but through the planning process that somehow was omitted from.
The account code got left off. In addition, it was under new management. We have a building and brand that we typically go to. And so it was under new management. They had a different structure for paying by per car versus a different schedule basically of fees. And so it ended up being, it would have gone over the budgeted amount compared to prior years anyway. So $8,500 is definitely an increase over prior years. So that's another example of increased costs. And again, we, now knowing, okay, that's a set rate for that particular building, how do we look at parking? Do we look at another vendor possibility? I know we've used other lots in the area before, smaller lots. So that's just one of those examples where we were quite surprised as well at the extended cost and the new structure for. We decided in this particular case, not to get into the weeds too much, but even this decision to it, they wanted to have everybody sign up on a digital code in order to park. And we just thought that would be too cumbersome, especially for people that may or may not be tech savvy. And it was just easier for people to bulk park in the lot based on the schedule that we decided. And so that's one of the contributing factors to the higher cost.
Okay, just curiosity, that I know I parked across the street in one of the surface lots.
VIP lot.
Can't we just work something out with all of our neighbors? I mean, it's a Saturday. Most of the surface lots are empty.
We have in the past, and we do typically try to, in the future, we definitely look at those options. They all have their own policies. They all have their own, liability forms and capacities. And, in this case, rather than cobbling together a little bit of parking here, a little bit of parking there, we also had security in the parking structure there, just again, so people have their valuable, again, you're always accountable for your own, leaving your stuff behind. But it's something we can look into again.
If I park on the street, don't have any security or anything, and most people, the first place they look to park is on the street. I would like us to see in the future that you look at working arrangements out. I understand you got different property management companies managing different properties there for those surface lots. But I think on a Saturday, most people would probably work with the district to say, yes, you can use our lot. We would have to probably extend our insurance to cover any damage to their facilities, but that in itself would probably be fairly easy to do with our insurance policy. So it just seems that that might be a better way. And I said, most people are gonna park in the street, they don't have security. When you mentioned security, I said, wow, I never think of security when I park on a surface lot. I just figure that's part of, living in an urban area and driving a car instead of taking public transportation. So future, maybe we might wanna look at saving some money that way.
Other questions? Tom?
No.
I just want to make a comment,
Really?
if I can. You know, when I was a young engineer and doing projects that required services from vendors, they never gave us a break because we were doing a public project. They would say, is this coming out of your pocket or the city's pocket? Say, well, this is coming out of the city's pocket. Well, it's gonna cost you. So they never gave us a break because we were a public agency. They charge us more because we were a public agency. So I don't think you're getting much from an organization when, especially when it comes to parking. When parking is where they always try to stick you up with the cost of parking. But I think you should do a better job doing your estimating and make sure you don't leave any line items out. You have a better chance of getting things done. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, a question. You have a storage unit cost, so we had to get one, and this says an additional storage unit. What exactly does that mean?
Yeah, so, right next door, what's it called? StoreQuest, we had a unit in there. There was some water damage at one point, and then we got a second one. And that is something that, is part of the ongoing discussion in terms of this building and the storage capacity, what we're able to store at ECL, how we store in our home high area, which is a pretty small area. You cruise through our office cubes. And so actually right now we're actively working with the building's maintenance to assess where, how best to store it and to look at those, recommendations, whether, for the next fiscal year in terms of what we're storing. And so for water harvest items, it's temporary, it's only a few months to house some of the things in transit where we move things over to the things that were dedicated, because we courier the items over to ECL because there is not house our water harvest festival items year round at ECL.
Right.
And so it's just a matter of building and storage and capacity.
I didn't even know you guys rented additional storage, so it's seems to me, but you would think that we had between this building and ECL, we could figure this out, but I don't know. So until you all told us that, and then it's a cost item that got omitted, so something for all of us to figure out. And the other thing is, and we already brought it up before, that somehow the parking costs got omitted, even though every year we've done this, we always paid for parking at that particular structure. I believe it's the same place. So obviously, this is pretty copy and paste. I don't think any of us can understand how that happens, number one. But number two, by the way, there are multiple buildings and parking lots over there around El Segundo. And maybe also look at some different options there when we start talking about this again next year. So anyway, I think we've all talked about it plenty. I'm sure you agree, but at the same time, it just makes this agency look really, really bad that we're having to on the back end fix financials in a public setting and take votes on it. And so we're not happy about it, but what choice do we have? So I know we're going to have definitely a more robust talk about it when we do planning for the next one. That's our biggest event of the year. So anyway, I think we belabored it plenty, but I would entertain a motion unless, wait a minute.
I'll move it, but I have one
Okay, go ahead.
additional question for the general manager. The recommendation is to authorize the general manager to amend the fiscal year 2022-23 budget in the amount of $82,000. Where's the money coming from?
We'll draw that from cash reserves.
You're gonna have
It
to-
pleases the board.
It would be nice in the future, though, to always say where the money's coming from and the recommendation.
Understood.
We should put that in. Okay, so you want to make the motion?
I thought I did. I make the motion that the board authorize the general manager to amend the fiscal year 2022-23 budget in the amount of $8,200, which will be coming from tax.
Second, all right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we will take a vote. So go ahead, Greg.
Absolutely. Director Alvarez,
Yes.
Director,
Yes.
Director Williams,
Yes.
and President Houston.
Yes. Excellent. Okay, thank you. And thank you, staff. Let's move on to. My pages are out of order.
Legislator of the Year, item G.
Yes.
Okay, and we're very pleased to bring this item before our board, and I'm happy to introduce EJ. And do we have Matt Day?
I believe Matt is available online, so I'll be doing the presentation, but he'll be available if there are any additional questions.
Okay, fantastic. So please proceed, EJ.
Yes, thank you very much, Greg. President Houston, members of the board. This item was brought before the Water Policy and Legislation Committee on January 13th of 2023. And with the direction of the Water Policy and Legislation Committee, they did propose 9 awardees for the 2021 and 2022 Legislator of the Year Awards. You can find those 9 nominees on beginning on packet page 178 with an additional write-up for each of those. We do have 3 members of our California State Legislature. The first would be Assembly Member Laura Friedman. The second would be Assembly Member Jesse Gabrielle. Third would be Assembly Member Reginald Byron Jones Sawyer. And then on the federal side, we have Senator Dianne Feinstein, Senator Alex Padilla, Representative Sidney Kamlager-Dubb, Representative Ted Wu, Representative Grace Napolitano, and Representative Maxine Water. It's important to note that with the direction provided by the Water Policy and Legislation Committee, it was decided that because we have been on a slight hiatus with our Legislator of the Year award during the COVID pandemic, that we recognize the past efforts and current efforts of all of our legislative nominees. And so, of course, we do have 9 of them here. So staff's recommendation on this item is that the board approve the 9 nominees recommended by the Water Policy and Legislation Committee on January 13th, 2023 for the 2021 and 2022 Legislator of the Year Award.
Thank you, EJ. I would entertain a motion.
I move that.
I second.
It is moved and seconded. And is there any discussion? I think these are all great recommendations. They were well vetted at that committee, and really happy that you all put this package together. So any other comments, questions? Seeing none, let's go ahead and we will vote.
All right, starting with Director Alvarez,
Yes.
Director Deere,
Yes.
Director Williams,
Yes.
and President Houston.
Yes. Thank you, EJ. Okay, now we're going to go to item H. 8H.
H. With me here, please. So this is our resolution to authorize a grant application to the California Department of Water Resources for our Landscape Smart Outdoor Efficiency Program. And so Tammy will be handling this item. Okay, so we have Tammy Hurley High here to provide the presentation and the staff recommendation. So Tammy, please.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, directors. So this item begins on page number 181 of the committee packet or the board packet. And it is being brought to you today in order to provide information on a potential grant funding opportunity and to request your consideration of adopting a resolution authorizing submittal of a grant application. So last October 2022, the California Department of Water Resources released grant guidelines and a proposal solicitation package to implement the Urban Community Drought Relief Grant Program. And through this proposal solicitation package, DWR encourages applicants to consider several project examples. And these include large-scale turf replacement with drought-tolerant landscaping, including turf species for functional turf for schools, community centers, and public facilities. And grant awards under this program would provide a minimum award amount of $3 million per applicant. So our team has identified a program that would be eligible to receive grant funding, which would leverage the district's partnership that we currently have with the Metropolitan Water District and the Regional Turf Removal Program through its Conservation Partnership Agreement. So this would be an efficient and streamlined strategy to provide the additional rebate for turf removal. And the proposed project would be titled Landscape Smart Outdoor Efficiency Program. And this is a comprehensive, multi-pronged approach to addressing turf removal throughout the district service area. So if awarded the funding from DWR, the district would be able to add an additional $1 to the rebate incentive for each square foot of grass removed through a partnership with the Metropolitan Water District. And, excuse me, in addition to offering the increased rebate, the program would optimize services such as installation of water efficient devices, implementation of an outreach and education campaign for non-functional turf in the commercial sector, and conduct a market research and analysis to further support and inform residents and businesses about the program. The proposed project would provide free installation of water saving devices that would include flow monitoring, leak detection devices, water pressure regulator, and fixing simple irrigation leaks. So this project is designed to remove grass throughout the service area for a projected water saving of 5,460 acre feet over the useful life of the project. The total project cost provides all of the allowable costs, including the required cost sharing necessary to complete the project. So in the memo on page 182, there is a table that shows the project cost. And with respect to the fiscal impact, the district would be responsible for a cost share of 25% of the awarded funds. And if awarded, the district would be able to leverage staff time and Metropolitan's existing turf removal rebate program as the cost share for this project. So the grant requires a board resolution to support the application, and the resolution would also authorize the general manager to accept funding, recognizes that the district has the capability to provide the amount of cost sharing funding, and authorizes the general manager to enter into contracts if selected for funding. In the memo here under attachment A is a copy of the resolution, which is on page 184 of the board packet. And on this resolution, I do notice there will be a change in the new board reorganization, needing to change the board president name. So I can read the recommendation, but if there are any questions, please let us know.
Go ahead and read the recommendation.
Thank you. To conclude, for the board's consideration, the recommendation is that the board approves resolution number 01231182, a resolution of the Board of Directors of West Basin Municipal Water District authorizing the California Department of Water Resources grant application, acceptance, and execution for the Landscape Smart Outdoor Efficiency Program.
Okay, thank you very much. A quick question. Was this item talked about in the Water Policy and Ledge Committee or not? Now it's here without a recommendation from the committee.
All resolutions come as an action item for the board.
Okay, but but that doesn't say on here a recommendation. It says will be reviewed, and that's all it said, right?
My apologies. It was discussed at the last water policy.
Oh, got it.
Apologies, it should be was reviewed.
Okay, was reviewed and the committee recommended to move forward. As a yes. Okay, got it. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And then I'll open it up to my colleagues. Any questions, comments? Director Alvarez, anything?
No, no, thank you.
I have a question. This is projected water savings of 5,460 acre feet over the useful life of the project. What's the useful life of the project?
Yeah, that is a good question. I believe,
This is-
I'm going to defer to my colleague, Gus, to help answer that. He helped put together that information, if you'll excuse me. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Houston, directors. Yes, Director Alvarez. So we use Metropolitan Water District's useful life for devices. They do a lot of studies. And for turf replacement, I believe we use a 30-year life because once people, change out remove their grass, put in a new native plant garden, they expect it to be in. And then for the different devices like the smart controllers, they use a 10-year life. For those sprinkler nozzles have a different, life as well. So the different devices have a different useful life. And that's how we estimate the water savings is over that time.
You're assuming that in 30 years, they'll put grass back in, for lack of a better way of explaining it, that it's 30 years of saving. And that's fine. I just wanted that clarification because I'd like to see things more on an annual basis. And I'm very supportive of this. I think turf replacement is the most important thing that we can focus on, not only in the district, but in the region. That is the biggest savings of water that we're gonna see in terms of conservation. And we need to do a lot more to really affect regional, meaning all of Southern California, doing away with turf and going to drought tolerant landscaping. But on an annual basis, it's really not 5,400 acre feet. It's about 77 acre feet a year. That's still significant because if you do that over and over again, it adds up. When we buy water and talk about water, I always think about it in yearly terms.
And in both ways, Director, annual and, yeah.
It's like, I always see billion gallons, but I always convert that to acre feet. And go, the number isn't quite as huge as people like to promote it. And so just, that was the question. The second question I have is, in terms of the fiscal impact, we're responsible for 25% of the total amount of the grant. And it doesn't say here, well, it says here that West Basin will leverage staff time and Metropolitan's existing turf removal as a cost share for this project. So is that going to meet our 25%, or are we going to have to add additional money to it?
With our current cost share, we're up above 50% now with our cost share. So we've met the 25% minimum.
Okay, so we're not going to have to actually add any dollars out of our own.
No, correct.
Money.
Just our staff time.
Staff time
Using that as an anchor.
and the Metropolitan rebate.
Exactly, the Metropolitan rebate.
So it's a no cost, if I can put it that way, to the district in terms of actual dollars that we have to write it.
Correct. We've already budgeted for that extra West Basin dollar for turf removal that we're also using as well, but that's already budgeted, yeah.
Thank you.
Very good. Director Alvarez, and I was gonna ask that question, so you got that. And the other thing is, do we know how quickly we'll get approval on this? I mean, this is just to submit it, correct? But do you have a time frame as to how quick we might hear back?
So the application is due by the end of this month, and they are anticipating the spring of 2023. So before December. So, by the time we would find out, we would have time to start implementing this come the new fiscal year.
Great, so no other questions or comments. Entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Let's move.
Second.
Seconded by Williams. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's take a vote. Great.
Director Alvarez.
Yes.
Director Deere.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
President Houston.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Right, now. Item 8I.
Is our swap termination. And we have our manager of finance, Mary Ann Rexroad, to provide the presentation as well as the staff recommendation. And we also are joined by our financial advisors as well. And so, and please, Darren, Louise, great to see you again. Thank you for being here with us.
If I may. Unless Director Alvarez wants to hear the whole presentation. You already presented this, so are you going to plan to do an abbreviated presentation?
We can, that was one of the things I was gonna ask, I was just gonna start it off.
Yeah.
I want the whole thing. We haven't been here long enough.
So,
Well,
okay?
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, President.
Thank you.
And members of the board. This is, I'm starting on page 186 of the packet. And 2004, the district entered into an interest rate swap with the expected goal of refunding certain bonds and achieve savings and to update restricted bonds. Tends to increase the short-term rate as well as receive increased long-term rates. Staff has noticed that West Basin's mark-to-market for its swap has improved and it's presented an opportunity for us to consider determination of the swap. District's in no obligation to terminate the swap, but the proposed action does simplify the district's debt portfolio by limiting the exposure of the swap counterparty and the LIBOR index. As we mentioned, we have PFN here today, and I believe we may have bond counsel on the line. I hope Doug is there. Both have reviewed the transaction, and we do have a presentation and it'll live there to make that presentation.
Thank you. So it sounds like there's a desires to do an abbreviated discussion.
So, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Well, Mary Ann's overview kind of got us through most of it. And so in broad strokes, as Mary Ann mentioned, the reason we're here with you today is that we have an interest rate swap that is outstanding on our books, but not associated with any variable rate bonds. And so essentially what we've been looking at over the last several months is the cost of terminating that swap, which if we go forward to the presentation slides, I just want to show one thing that kind of shows the trend of the termination cost over time. So next slide. Next slide. Next slide. There we go. See, we just went through 5 slides in about 2 seconds.
And you're on page.
The most efficient presentation I've given yet. So if you look, those blue dots essentially represent the cost of terminating the swap. And as
This
interest,
is, I'm sorry, packet page 194. I believe that's what this page is.
Yep. And as interest rates have increased, the cost of terminating that swap has decreased. And right now we're estimating the cost of terminating the swap to be about $163,000. So if we turn to the next slide, the only other thing I really want to talk about with regards to the swap unwind is some of the sensitivities around this. So one of the items related to the swap is that, as Mary Ann mentioned, we don't have to terminate the swap. We can leave it outstanding until it's paid off in 2027, until it terminates. The only consideration would then be essentially within the swap, we pay Citibank, the swap counterparty, a fixed rate of 3.66%. We receive a variable rate payment, which is equal to 65% of 1 month LIBOR. So depending on what 65% of 1 month LIBOR does through 2027, that will kind of impact the net payments or receipts that we receive as part of this swap. So we ran out 3 different scenarios. The first is the base case. What we're trying to estimate here is what would be the net expected cost of leaving the swap outstanding versus terminating it today. And under our base case, what we did is we took the forward LIBOR curve, which is essentially the market's expectation of where rates will be through the termination of the swap. And then we compared that to the cost of unwinding the swap today. And essentially, we're very close to break even. Now, the next thing we did is we ran two sensitivities, which showed what if that variable rate payment that we received from Citibank is lower and higher than today's rate, because that's the impact of the net cost to us. So in the lower rate scenario, what we're showing there is what is the expected net payments that we'd be making under the swap if rates are lower, and comparing that to the cost of terminating the swap today. And what we came up with was under that scenario, there'd be a net expected impact of about $263,000. Conversely, if rates were higher than they are today and remained at an elevated level, then what we would expect to see is the opposite, where there would be a net expected benefit to the district of about $50,000. One thing I want to clarify here there is that if we terminate the swap, there is no additional exposure going forward on the swap. We terminate it, we pay under the resolution we've authorized it includes a not to exceed of 250. So we would pay 250,000, but then we'd have no additional exposure there forward under the swap.
No, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. I just didn't know if you had a question, Director. So in terms of the process, typically this process will take between 2 and 4 weeks. We've laid out the steps. I won't go through those in detail, but if it is approved by the board, essentially what we will do is our swap group will start discussions with the swap counterparty, Citibank. And then once the cost to terminate in the swap is below the levels authorized in the resolution, we will then price or execute the swap termination. In terms of if we don't terminate the swap, there is one other consideration. If the swap is not terminated, because it is a LIBOR-based swap, LIBOR is transitioning away June 30th of 2023. So the second part of this resolution provides the ability for us to fall back to the IBOR swap fallback protocols. So if the swap is outstanding as of June 30, 2023, it will automatically convert from a LIBOR-based swap to a SOFR-based swap to allow that swap to continue until termination. So with that, hopefully that was a good brief summary. And I'm open to questions.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Actually, why don't you, Marianne, can you read the recommendation and then we'll open it for discussion.
Okay, recommendation is that the board approve resolution number 01-1184, resolution of West Basin Municipal Water District, authorizing the termination of interest rate swap of certain documents in connection therewith and certain other matters, and agreement with the PFM swap advisors for $20,000 to effect the termination of the Citibank swap.
Excellent. So let me open it up to the floor. Any questions or comments?
Having attended the finance committee meeting and having already discussed this, I'm ready to move the recommendation.
A motion, okay.
I do so.
Great. A second.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Now, open for discussion. Director Albert.
So if terminate this as soon as possible, in the next 2 to 3 weeks, 4 weeks, what is the actual cost?
So the actual
It's
cost,
estimated, you won't know until the day of the termination, but you've got a pretty good idea right now because you're basing it on the current LIBOR and it's probably going to stay pretty much around where it is for the next couple of weeks.
it's difficult to predict where rates are going to be. So there are 3 components to the cost of the unwind. So there's the fee that's paid to PFM swap advisors, which is $20,000. Then there's 2 components that are, one is negotiated with the counterparty Citibank. And so that amount is essentially their spread. And so that's meant to compensate for the cost of their trades, their transactions, et cetera. PFM swap advisors will negotiate that spread down as tight as they can. And then the other element is just the mathematical calculation of the current swap unwind. And so and I think we got the more up-to-date swap unwind cost. Do you have that?
Yeah, it was just under 190,000. And then
190,000?
yes.
So just ballpark, because I understand, the actual numbers will be the day of the transaction is actually concluded or executed, I should say. So estimated cost to unwind the swap is $190,000 plus the $20,000 fee to you guys, plus whatever we negotiate with Citibank. What are your expectations of the negotiation with Citibank?
So operations errors, we want to make sure that we get that cost as low as possible. And so putting out expectations here, it's difficult to say right now. The costs have typically been pretty small, but we are going to work, our swap advisor is going to be worked to negotiate those as low as possible. It's difficult for me to give you a precise number.
Just to add, the termination of the swap would be limited to the 250 that's within the resolution. So it would never go higher than that, Director. It would only be lower, the total cost, including the 20,000.
190 to 20, we're 210, so you're estimating that somewhere between 0 and 40 would be the Citibank cost.
We don't know, but we put a range there to give us that buffer.
And if we don't do anything and we continue to allow the swap to just extend to the end of its life and at that time it terminates, what is the cost?
So then the net cost is going to be the 3.66% that we pay Citibank minus the variable rate received that we receive for them, which is unknown. In addition to that, we pay every year $15,000 for swap accounting fees to PFM swap advisors. So that's an additional fee that's paid associated with the swap.
Okay, so we haven't done a cost estimate of that, but what would you, what ballpark do you put that at?
When you say the ballpark of,
Keeping the swap till it's.
okay, so if we could go to the presentation and go to the 195, there we go. So that's the kind of the ballpark. So if you go to the base case, the way that the swap unwind is calculated is basically a discount of the future expected cash flows based off the forward LIBOR curve. So essentially that should get the parties back to break even, right? Based off today's estimate and the forward LIBOR curve, our net cost would kind of zero each other out if we were to unwind. If we keep the swap outstanding, what you'll see in that first line, that's the PV of the fixed swap payments. Those are known, right? We know what those are. It's 3.66%. The PV of those back to today, 608,000. If forward LIBOR curve is correct, the PV of the estimated variable rate receipts would be approximately 421,000, which would leave us with a net payment to the counterparty of $186,000 PV. Then you add on the $15,000 a year that we pay in swap accounting fees, and you come up to roughly $234,000 over the life of the swap, all in. Does that answer your question, Director?
I just want an explanation of that so that we know kind of what the numbers are. Okay. So all of this is, at the end of the day, costing us quite a bit of money. I would request from the general manager, if you can come back to the board, I know we don't have this now. We've been doing the swap for, I don't know how long, but I think when I came on the board, this was already something that was undergoing, that was in place and continued through that period of time. Can we get an accounting of how much money maintaining the swap has cost the district? And that would include the annual service that we pay Citibank, the money that we have paid the consultants, PFM, for negotiating the swap, et cetera, and then the actual cost that we paid on the difference between the value of the interest rates that we're responsible for. And I don't know how many years been going on for, when did we get into the swap? 2004. 2004? So basically for the last 9 years, we've been incurring expenses. That I think run around the tune of about 200,000 a year, but I don't know for sure. If you could come back with a breakdown of all of the costs from the time we initiated the original swap agreements. And then, what has been the net benefit to West Basin for the cost? Breakdown of the cost, how much for consultants, how much for the service provider, Citibank, and how much for the Delta and the
Spread in the rates.
rate spreads for the last 9 years till we close this out. I know we don't have that information today, but if you could briefly provide the board with that.
Absolutely.
Much appreciated. I do have another question for staff. How many other water agencies have entered into swap agreements?
This is considered a vanilla swamp, so it's pretty common, but I wouldn't know off the top of my head how many other.
Maybe come back and let us know if like Las Virgin is, or there's a lot of other water agencies. A lot of times when we are presented with items to vote on, some of the justification is that this is being done by agency X, Y, and Z, similar to us. So I would like to know what other water agency has actually entered into a swap agreement. So if we could add that to the request for bringing it back to the board. Those are my questions and comments.
Great. And let me just ask really quick, Director Alvarez, do you want those to come through the committee as far as?
It's just a report. It can go to the committee, but it's just a report.
Or do you just want?
Facts are facts.
Right, understood. But do you want it sent directly to the board members, or do you want it to be ahead and put on an agenda for us to?
I don't mind if it's put on an agenda, if that's what you wish. I would just think it should just come to the board.
Well, then let's
So just as a report.
let's do it that way.
Here's the numbers. Here's how much money has been spent
Mhm.
on swap agreements from 2004 to 2022.
Very good.
So I understand that as a written report that can be emailed
To the full board.
to the full board, not to be brought
We don't
back
need it on the
into a
agenda.
meeting for discussion.
I don't think so at this point, right, Director? I think we just,
I'm not,
yeah, but,
no need to make more work than it's.
Right.
already is. And it's gonna take some work to put that together.
right. I don't know how long it's gonna take you all. Is it gonna be 2-3 weeks? Is it
I can tell you,
reasonable?
my finance team has a tall agenda of items on their plate, so if you could give us some runway time to get this done, we'll get it done as fast as we can.
In terms of a timeframe, because I understand it does take work, but PFM is gonna be closing this out. You're gonna need their help on this probably. So I would say in the next 2 to 4 weeks.
Very good. Thank you. Just want to clarify, which I think that's excellent. Any other questions or comments?
Thank you.
We already had a motion and a second, I believe, with the recommendation. So seeing no further discussion, let's go ahead and take a vote on this item. Rick?
Okay, starting with Director Alvarez.
Yes, it's about time.
Okay, Director Deere,
Yes.
Director Williams,
Yes.
and President Houston.
Yes. Passed 4-0. Okay, thank you very much. Next item is item 8J, which are resolutions about annual review of financial policies.
Yes, so we have not only our manager of finance, Mary Ann, but also she'll be joined. Will you be
No,
joined?
it'll just be me today.
It'll just be you, okay.
Sorry to disappoint.
No disappointment, Mary Ann. You're doing an excellent job.
Oh,
so
thank
far.
you. Well, at finance, we did have 2 of our staff members present on exposure, but for the sake of time, I'll go through this item. That's okay. Okay, we're gonna start on page 203. As Greg mentioned, this is our annual review of our financial policies. Each year we do look at all of our financial policies. This year is different. We looked at our small and community bank investment policy, our investment policy itself, the debt management policy, disclosure policy, and the swap policy. All of these policies, we do talk to our financial advisors as well as a bond counsel who prepares the resolutions. With the policy, we do work with our investment manager, Chandler. So we do have some recommendations for the board that I'll. One, starting on page 203, is a small and community bank investment program policy. We have 3 recommended items. This was based on a discussion over a number of months, but more recently in October, we brought to the committee some ideas on how we can make this program a little bit more efficient, hopefully increase participation in some of the banks. 2 things that we have recommended that we include in this particular policy. One was the reduction of the amount that we invest in each bank. We had 2 million as a cap. We brought that down to 1.5. The overall program we had capped previously at 10 million or 10% of our investments. We're suggesting we bring that down to about $7 million as being our cap. The second item that we're suggesting is, if you recall, a number of months we had to bring to the board their asking for their ability to approve a lower rate than what was in the requirement that was in the policy. And so we're suggesting to allow the deputy treasurer, Ms. Margaret, to negotiate with the banks and bring that information to the board. And the last item that we're suggesting is adding language to the policy to require staff to make an annual presentation that board knows the different community involvements of each of the banks involved. Right now, we had simplified the policy actually last year, and so it did reduce the amount. We do want to share the information that they do have to share with staff. Those are the 3 items that we're recommending to be included into that policy. And I'll just mention as all the policies were reviewed by our bond counsel, and they're included in the packet as well. See if there's any questions, or I could move on to the next item.
Just keep moving.
Okay. So the second policy we looked at was the investment policy. Again, we do work with our investment managers there, and we had 4 items that we are suggesting be changed. One was to add a title under a certain area of the policy. It was just missing, so this is just more of an administrative correction. Another item was to add a definition for callable securities. We never have it in there, and we do use callable securities, so we're adding that definition. 2 was to remove a definition for derivatives. We don't have the definition of derivatives in there because we don't even use derivatives in this investment policy. And last was to add a definition of duration. So those are the 4 things that we're suggesting we amend the policy to include. On to the debt management policy, we did not have any recommendations from either our municipal advisors or bond counsel, so that remains the same, but we did include a copy. On to the disclosure procedure policy. This policy, we had 4 recommended changes. One was to add language like we have in all the other policies where we bring this back to the board consideration periodically. That was not in the policy, so we added that. Number 2, we just removed some redundant language in that policy where we had said like official statement, we use OS, and we were saying official statement in the board. So we just cleaned up that language. Another one where we had the name change. We used to say the comprehensive annual financial report. Now it's known as the annual comprehensive financial report. So we made that correction, and that was it on those items. Last item here was a swap policy, and that was just one item that we had a suggestion. This was brought by our financial advisors, and this was to remove language regarding initial deposits, which are not being done with swaps. So those are the recommended changes, and if you'd like, I can read the recommendation. Okay. Recommendation, this is a long one, I apologize. We have 4 here. So A, the resolution that the board approves, adopts, and authorizes the president to sign a resolution number 01-23-1183, resolution of the board of directors of West Basin Municipal Water District, amending resolution number 01-16-10 administrative code as it relates to small and medium Bank Program. D, resolution number 01-23-1185, the resolution of the Board of Directors of West Basin Municipal Water District, amending resolution number 001-16-1024 Administrative Code regarding investment policy. C, resolution number 01-23-1186, the resolution of the Board of Directors of West Basin Municipal Water District, amending resolution number 01-16-1024 of the Administrative Code regarding disclosure procedures policy. And last D, resolution number 01-23-1187, a resolution of the Board of Directors of West Basin Municipal Water District, amending resolution number 01-16-1024 of the Administrative Code regarding swap policy.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions or comments or a motion? Sorry, Director. Your hand.
I have
Albrecht.
a comment and I'll make a motion.
Okay.
We just adopted a resolution to terminate the swap policy of the program that we're in. And I think when you bring back the numbers, you're going to show that it costs the district quite a bit of money. So my motion would be to adopt resolution 01231183, resolution 01231185, 01231186, which are the three resolutions that have to deal with the administrative code, and not the last resolution that's here that has to do with the swap policy. And I would then ask that we delete the swap policy from the administrative code.
I'll second the motion.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion? So basically you want to approve the first three and the other one.
And direct that the swap policy be removed from the administrative code.
May I make one comment to that? Even
Yes.
if you don't have a swap, it may be important to have a swap policy. As you know, the financial market changes. And so it might be nice to have that in place, but it's the pleasure of the board.
My response to that would be at such time that if that becomes necessary, that you come back to the board. I think this board is very accommodating when the needs are there. But the swap policy, we're terminating it today, really is not something that we need, and best to, I think, remove it from the administrative code, and that's the motion.
Question, comment?
My comment is either way is okay. If we eliminate it now, add it later if we need it, or we can keep it in and use it if we need it. Either way, no harm.
Excellent. So, all right, no further discussion, and with that, we'll go ahead and take a vote.
We'll start with Director Alvarez,
Yes.
Director Deere,
Yes.
Director Williams,
Yes.
and President Houston.
Yes.
So motion carries as amended by Director Alvarez's motion. So
Right.
Well, that's
we'll
cool.
be deleting, yeah,
Deleting the last
So
time.
you got three, and the last one that gets
deleted from the admin code.
the whole swap policy. Okay, thank you very much. Next item.
So that brings us to item 8K,
Okay,
and I'm actually going to ask the board to allow me to pull this item from the agenda as I've identified certain aspects that I need to revisit with my staff, and then I could come back to the board perhaps in the next board meeting to continue with this particular item.
very good. All right, thank you. Okay, so now we'll move into our information calendar. 9A, the director installation ceremony and oral report.
All right, so I'm happy to have Amy provide us with the latest update on where we are with our director installation ceremony. So please, Amy, if you don't mind.
Good evening. I'm happy to report that the Carson Community Center is available with all three halls, A, B, and C, on the preferred date of Monday, February 6th, for the event hours of 6 to 8 p.m., allowing staff some setup time as well as adequate cleanup With the direction we received from the board on Friday, we were able to place a security deposit, provide all necessary signed forms, and the venue is ours for the evening. So next steps include a couple things that we'll be following up through the office of the general manager with. I believe you already mentioned on Friday the need for invitations, your lists, so that we can give your guests adequate time to receive the invitation through their preferred communication method, in hand, digital, word of mouth, however you want to give it to them. And then ideally have an RSVP date by February 1st, so that staff can go ahead and firm up as much as they can with the catering menu. Typically, the board has liked to have input on the run of show, and then of course receive your run of show and talking points roughly a week prior. It gives you a chance to just review them and get familiar with them. So again, pending all things that are firm and we can place in the run of show, we'll at least have an outline for you all, and then filling in where needed. I believe there was some discussion on Friday of your swearing in officials. So, confirming that and providing that to the general manager would be fantastic. I will be staff will be making our recommendation for menus and drinks in order to stay within the budget. But we will share that with the office of the general manager in case there is input or preferences, and then follow up on some potential requests or concerns about a sponsorship for some of the beverage selections. And then the other thing that I think you typically ask about is the request on Friday for an alternative design for our invitations. And so staff was able to put together some for the general manager. Oh, you already have copies. So if there is a preference on design, it prints out a little bit differently in the electronic. It will be more pronounced, some of the visual lines and waves and references to water. So just know that digital and print sometimes look different, although we will be printing them professionally so that the visuals will look crisper. So pending input on that and getting the list, we can distribute those invitations. Am I missing anything?
If I may, would it be possible to get feedback at this moment on the samples that are being provided? There's two alternatives to the one that we shared in the last discussion.
So you've got two design concepts and the original that was provided, which is liquid.
Business casual attire. That mean a tie or not a tie? Or no?
No tie.
No tie. Okay.
No tie by sports coat.
No shorts.
No shorts. Slacks, open shirt, open collar shirt, and sports coat.
I'll RSVP that I will attend.
Okay, good. One, we've got one.
Yeah, this is fine. Like I
Yeah.
said, I don't design this stuff.
Did you have a
Which one
preference
do you
on the
like?
design of the first two? Because I know you wanted some lines.
This would be most cost effective to print.
Oh, the watercolor version, okay.
I like that one too. The stack.
Draft 2B, right?
Draft 2B.
It just so happens that I kind of thought that one myself. So.
And
This one's too dark.
Not that my vote counts.
blue. Okay. Well, all that being said, so the great thing is we have a venue, you've secured it. It's going to be 6 to 8 p.m. Obviously, staff will work to make sure you have a properly posted meeting, of course, as well, for that evening. You all will work with the directors on all the other details through the office of general manager. And the one thing I would like is to, you got to probably talk to Director Gray as well, but I mean, you've got, the majority of us are here. We pretty much say this is the one we like. So I think hopefully we'll get this accomplished pretty quick, but you all need to get this finalized in electronic form as well as if you're doing
Hard copies.
And start getting this to all of us so we can start getting it out, let them give you some lists, et cetera, et cetera. And then I would ask that just by default, we automatically just send it to all the cities we serve as far as the city manager's offices, and so on and so forth, because the chances are slim that every person who's elected in South Bay is going to be able to make it, but it's good that they know about it. And then I think that's
As well as all of our retail water,
Correct.
IOUs, that kind of.
correct. Yeah. And I think that's mostly it. Is there anything else really at this moment? And then the three directors obviously have to talk to our installation officers and or have staff talk to them. However, each board member wants to do that. And work with staff to make sure that they know who's going to install us. So,
And if I remember in the committee, I think Director Williams, you indicated that you've already confirmed with your person as to the swearing in. Okay, so that perhaps,
I haven't yet.
you had not.
I was waiting on this date to get firmed up, let alone we have a venue. So I'll get right on that. But, and you guys will talk to Director Gray as well.
Right.
So at the end of the day, we've got our plans. So let's, hopefully within the next literally couple of days, you'll have everything finalized for us as far as like, you know, copies of this we can send out, et cetera, because the clock's already ticking. So.
So in terms of your own invitation list, how much time would you want to allow yourselves to provide us with your guest list?
Why don't you talk to each director offline?
Okay.
Just do it that way. Yeah, just to expedite this. But knowing that, you know, your staff needs some info from us so they can hardly do it. Okay.
Got it.
Very good. All right. Anything else on this?
Yeah, would you, wasn't very good at taking notes. So could you send me our discussion?
You're saying notes from this discussion?
Yeah, from this discussion.
Absolutely.
Can we set the date formally for February 6th now? We need to make a motion to do that.
I think
that
we
was
said
done- that
formally
was
on Friday.
Yeah.
On Friday, we set the date.
We set the date already.
Okay. Yeah, they just had the,
They had to confirm that the venue was available
yeah. And go ahead.
and lock it up, which they did.
And locked it up and they've got a budget to work with. So should be good to go on everything, right? All right.
So.
Excuse me.
Are we gonna have background music?
It's not a party without some music.
Very good.
Gonna be live or is it gonna be recorded?
Probably recorded.
I would vote for live. If
I'd
you
vote
can have
for
a
live.
nice little jazz combo in the background.
I got just the one.
And I would defer to Director Williams on that. He does have a great combo.
That's right.
I'm sure they will.
Budget, always the budget.
Always the budget, $15,000.
For entertainment?
Yes, sir.
Our budget, our total budget is 15,000, not the entertainment budget.
All right.
So the.
Mr. Chairman, and now being almost 6 o'clock at night, we've got a meeting of 5 hours long. I'll entertain, I'd like to make a motion and understand we would pull some items off and do it individually, that we're receiving file items 9B through F and 1 through 9. Understanding that maybe those are one pull.
I would second the motion.
There's a motion.
I'd like to maybe ask for item 9F to be pulled for discussion.
Hold on a second. So we have a motion and a second. However, you just had a comment.
He wants to pull 9F.
So you want us to continue, keep 9F up for discussion.
Correct.
I wanted to make a couple comments, but I don't have anything to pull those items, but I would like to make just a couple comments on the items that you're gonna pull. I mean, you're gonna.
Go ahead and pull them.
Yeah. Well, I want to still pull item B.
9B?
Yeah. And I want to pull
10.
10. I'm good with all those.
Just receive.
Receive and file. So go ahead and you restate the motion.
I think the motion would be that to receive and file items 9.
Yeah.
No, B is getting pulled.
D and E.
9D and E,
In E and then
then,
10.
Receive and file.
and then, yeah, then 10.
Receive and file items 10, 1 through 9. Right. Okay, that sounds good. You made the motion, right, Director? Who seconded?
I did.
You did. Okay, and you're good with all that?
I'd
Okay.
rather,
I know you would rather do more, but okay. So let's go ahead and take a vote on that and keep moving.
Okay, Director Alvarez.
yes.
Director Deere.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
President.
Yes. Real quick, on 9B as in boy, I just had page 343 in our packet. Saw something and I wanted to ask. Let me find it. It's oh, you got it fast. You're fast. Okay, so item 3, so page 343, upcoming opportunities. So what's not on here, we're gonna have a press release regarding the officer rotations. So that should have been on here, but that's forward. We got that on there, right? This is still in B, and I'll just make a comment on that section B, the communications update. And we'll talk about it at the next committee meeting, but taking out grass and that the drought is not over, I think we really need our staff to come back to us next month with what is the new language we're operating under right now? Because we had this deluge of precipitation, people, there's a lot of mixed messaging. So I would ask on our communications, we need to, how do we continue to push hard on promoting taking out the grass and that this drought is not over? And by the time our committee meeting comes around, you probably have a little better information on where we stand with precipitation and so on and so forth. So I would like that to be something we talk about the next PI meeting. And then on 9C, well, you want to take a motion and do this one or we'll just?
No, go ahead.
Okay, let's do both. Yep. 9C is in CAT, the education programs update. I had something I wrote here, page 369, I think it was.
Engineering for
yes. Water engineering for good, which says this replaces solar cup. And unfortunately, since we didn't have PI committee, we didn't get to hear about this. So, and it says to begin January 18th, and there's 10 participating schools. So can anybody really briefly tell us what exactly this is?
Yes, I'm happy to do that,
Go
President.
ahead.
As we mentioned in previous committee meetings, Met, due to financial reasons, decided to cancel their solar cup building competition, but they didn't want to flip without us having something new to replace it. So what they have now is this water engineering for good program, and it's really just it's in its first phase of its pilot. So it is still a engineering focused program, but it is designed primarily to take place online. So some major changes to the program is that it's now available to middle schoolers instead of just high school students. And essentially, they participate in filling out a workbook that focuses on building their engineering skills with the ultimate goal of creating and developing their own water conservation device. There will be some elements such as social media. There will be a presentation to a Met technical board at the end of the program as well. So as is in this PowerPoint, there are 10 participating schools across all 26 member agencies. So out of West Basin service area, we currently have Palos Verdes Peninsula High School that has expressed interest in participating. So 1 out of 10 is, I think, is still pretty good participation. And since it's still in its pilot phase, we'll see how this first year rolls out, and then we'll continue to promote it as they continue to work out all of the details of the program in future years.
That's very good. Appreciate that. And so obviously the next PI, you can probably give us a better update and really fast before I move on from this item. I know that Gus, you and your team did a lot of work on the Topanga Smart, Malibu Smart program. We didn't get to talk about it. I did read it all. So can we put that back on the PI for the next month to talk about, please, Greg? Because I don't want that to get lost and forgotten. And I saw you all wanted some potential feedback from us on next steps. So let's just put that on PI for next time, if that's okay.
Yep.
All right. And so with that, I'm done with the polled items I had. So I guess we could go ahead and have a motion for items, what, 9, B, and C.
So moved.
There's a second, okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and take a vote.
Director Alvarez. Director Gear. Yes. Director Williams.
Yes.
President Houston.
Yes. Great, thank you. So 9,
Yes.
Okay, so 9F, I'd like to take your attention to packet page 487. And this is my staff report letting you know that I've been asking staff to assist me with developing an RFP on strategic management advisory services. And the focus of these services are to help us do a few things. One is to help us with our strategic business plan development and implementation. The second major task is to help us with our diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility policy development. The third item is to focus on organizational assessment and change management. And then lastly, our talent management and workforce development. And with that, I have the intention of having the RFP ready to advertise no later than February 27th, and to be able to bring a recommendation of award to the board by no later than June 2023. And the variety of services that I'm envisioning here, rough order magnitude estimate, not a detailed cost estimate, roughly would be somewhere between 200 and 300,000 over an 18 to 24 month duration. So with that, we reviewed this in F&A. I think there were a few concerns that were shared with me. But, the intention here is to get input from the board. And so that way I could continue on with the plan at hand or alter the plan at hand to the board's satisfaction.
Thank you, Greg. I'll go ahead and speak first really fast because this did come up in F&A as an information item, I believe, right? And I have concerns of this proposal no later than February 27th being advertised, because I do not think we're ready to do such a thing. So I think this just needs to sit for a while, in my opinion. That's my input. Director Alvarez.
Well, Greg he wanted some input. As I read this, my concern was that we should talk about it a little bit more and give you some more feedback or input, I should say, not feedback, but input into what the board is looking for in terms of the strategic management plan. And that we may want to have a separate conversation to this effect. I don't know if that's going to be a different workshop or we bring this back at a different time where we can actually discuss this. I know we talked about a lot of good things at the DEI discussion that we had on Friday. And that was great. And a lot of out of that discussion, I think a lot of things came forward. But there's a lot of other issues that you're putting forward here that need to be looked at. And I think that they all would benefit from a similar type of discussion before we actually go out and start writing an RFP to retain a consultant.
Great. Anybody else?
Just say echo.
Because I think the board needs to have, if we have our future meetings, retreat, what have you, to understand where we're at as a whole before we do this. And so I don't want staff expending time on this at this moment. I think Director Alvarez said really well. We don't know what we're asking to be done just yet as a whole. And this seems like throwing everything in one big, package. And so anyway, long story short, we need to talk about it. So I think that we should just hold off. So with that, I guess we'll just receive and file this officially. Is that what we do as far as an item goes? But we're not gonna.
Even file. I'll support that.
I'll second his motion.
Okay, so motion and a second, and go ahead and take a vote.
Alvarez.
Yes.
Director Deere,
Yes.
Director Williams,
Yes.
President Houston.
Yes. Okay, skipping on down to item number 11, General Manager's Activity Report.
Okay, so you have my activity report, I believe, starting on packet page 629. What I do not have in here, let me just say that I'm happy to announce that we have a new hire here in the district, backfilling a position that was recently vacated by a retiree. And her name is Colette Ayala, Contracts Administrator 1. Colette comes to us with over 8 years of experience in procurement and contracting. She was the asset manager for Don Corporation, which is a private company, where she was responsible for all maintenance projects for over 50 properties. Early in Colette's career, she worked for the city of Irvine as a community service leader and the city of Sunnyvale as a program assistant. She was looking for an opportunity to return to the public sector and is excited to join West Basin. So I'm pleased to share that news with you. With that said, I'm not going to go over any particular items here in the report, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have if you have any.
Thank you, Greg. Any questions for gentlemen?
Thank you.
Okay, so I do have a couple other items.
On this report? or
Just
something else?
if I may, just in terms of other items of interest.
Okay, go ahead.
So just as a look ahead, we do have, and this is my HR manager would like to emphasize that we do have Form 700 Statement of Economic Interests that will come due this calendar year. And so emails should be coming from the county to all those in the organization that are responsible for filling out those forms. So you as directors, I as general manager, and perhaps a few other individuals will be required to do that. And so our HR manager and our board services staff will be working with you to assist you in any way that you need in order to complete all of those forms and getting those submitted in a timely manner. The other item that I have upcoming later this week is the American Water Summit had reached out to have a participant in their conference coming up this week from West Basin. I conferred with the then board president, Deere, as to whether that opportunity should be one of the board members or if that should be staff. He thought that it would be appropriate for staff. And so I'm going to be participating in the American Water Summit as a roundtable discussion leader. And that's where different people sit around the table, company representatives. We're able to talk about what West Basin is doing, contracting opportunities, and they can ask questions, and then that rotates for 4 rounds. I believe it's 20 minutes per round. And so that'll be done on Thursday morning. The last item I have is just a quick update on the South Bay Cities Council of Governments, our South Bay COG, and their annual event. I think in a previous board meeting, we talked about sponsoring their event. The board approved that. We also talked about having some participation by West Basin in that event. And so I spoke with the executive director, Jackie Bacharach, and she very much wants to have West Basin participate. So I'll work with our board president to identify the appropriate level of participation. She has let me know what she's interested in, but I'll confer with our board president on talking about that as well. I believe the event is in early to mid-March. That ends my report.
Great, thank you, Greg. Any other?
No, thank you.
The only thing I have here would be, so we already talked about it with the rotation of officers to committee assignments. I would just ask staff if you can do your best to try and get everybody's requests in by Friday so that I can hopefully look at all that before the weekend or over the weekend. So hopefully next week we could start trying to figure out when we get those assignments in place. Obviously, with board rotations comes new business cards. So you all need to look at the business cards. I know I'm going to need some more in the proofs. And then lastly, biographies, our biographies need to be updated. So if you circulate that with each of the board members, of course, a little bit that's going to be depending on when the committee assignments are. But if we could probably get the drafts started, because I think it's probably been a while since they've been updated. So anyways, I just want to keep things moving really, really efficient as we start the year. All right. So thank you, Greg. General Counsel's report.
A few things. Legal matters list is in your inboxes. Also want to say congratulations to President Houston and Vice President Alvarez, and again, Desi, on your appointment to the Metropolitan Board. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
And I might have to follow up with a resolution. I've got to check how Met wants that codified, but we might come back with a resolution on that appointment. And lastly, just some housekeeping. I noticed some of the resolutions in the packet today had previous had Director Deere as president. We still have to make some amendments to that. I know, Marianne, some of the ones we did. So we'll have to clean those up before execution. That concludes my report.
Any questions for Steve? I do have a question, and I forgot to ask it under general manager, but I guess it goes to probably both of you. So the certification of election, in the past, we normally get something, I thought, from the county, and we get all of our, we get a packet of the precinct results, et cetera, et cetera. Right. And I haven't seen any of that since this election. So does anybody know how that works or where that's at?
Well, the statute was changed a couple of years ago to make your municipal water district election results effective. I think it's the first Friday in December following the election, something to that effect. But in terms of the county registrar providing certifications, I'm sure you could request them and get them. Haven't.
Go ahead, Director Alvin.
I never received one.
Okay. So why don't we?
I just assumed that.
Yeah.
Back then, this was it.
So let's, Greg, can you look into that, please? Because in the past, and I've seen others online, promoting it, of course, but we should get a certificate of election from Dean Logan's office, I believe. In the past, we've gotten one, and I know we got a packet, right, Director? Well, you guys got them too, where we get the results of the election. So we got a whole packet, and it was always provided by West Basin staff to us, and it usually was fairly, probably in December after they certified the votes, but we have not seen that. And now it's the end of January. So I just was wondering where that's at. So if you all would please look into that.
Absolutely.
Offline, you can provide us an update, because 3 of us got reelected. So we should be expecting something. And quite frankly, he should get his from the past if he didn't.
Okay.
So
you didn't receive that
I
package?
never received anything. I mean,
Yeah.
I got sworn in. If he got
Right
sworn
here.
in, it's a done deal.
For that, right?
Yeah.
I'll assume Director Deere, when Director Alvarez was sworn in, I mean, you were sworn in at the same time, right?
Did you get a package?
Did you get a packet this last time, 2 years ago?
I got something.
Yours.
He doesn't know for sure though, but if you all look into that.
We will look into it.
There's usually something that happens from the county
Yeah, I think I got
after the
something.
election, and I haven't gotten anything.
If you're gonna say I got elected.
But in the past, it was always West Basin staff that provided us this thick envelope. So, okay, so if y'all look into that.
We will.
Okay, next item, AB 1234. Does anybody have anything to report?
Friday, I'll send it.
Prior to committee meetings, I'll put it on a written report.
Great. The only thing I need to report is AB 1234. I attended CRUA. The portion I think that may not have been included from the last meeting was December 15th and 16th in Las Vegas, the CRUA conference, which again was excellent. Yeah, the Colorado River.
I'll need some new reporting forms because the amount has changed, I think, on the.
What's that?
Sent them out. My email's not working, so don't assume.
No, they sent you guys gave us hard copies.
I'll get you some more copies.
I think we did both email and we're gonna put it in
Yeah.
the package.
Yes.
It was a white envelope with a bunch of forms.
White envelope.
You need to open it.
Oh, really?
Okay. With that closed session, we've already handled our closed session. Director's comments and future agenda items.
We have all the after this.
That's right, we do. I almost forgot myself. We do have a quick meeting after this, but on this meeting, does anybody have any last
Just
comments?
do it right now, because we need to get it done.
I want to congratulate all the newly elected officers.
Thank you. I congratulate them too, and our new Met director.
Ditto.
Ditto.
I don't have anything else to add at this moment, so I think we covered it all in a lot of these different reports, so
So, you
Yes.
want to convene the ordinance committee?
we have to
During this meeting.
turn this one.
Oh, you have
And
to
now we
do
have
this
to,
one and
yeah,
then
this
that
is a
one.
separate.
It's just a separate.
We're going to adjourn in honor of memory.
Yes. Okay, so with that, we will adjourn in honor of the memory of now 11 lives that have been lost in Monterey Park over the weekend. So a very tragic situation as we start the celebrations of Lunar New Year. So with that, we are adjourned.